Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. 31 minutes away from race 1 here on a Thursday evening at Red Shores.
Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park on this Thursday evening card of racing. We have 13 dashes on tap tonight. Hi everyone, it's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. We got a good shot there at the flags. The wind is starting to pick up here on Prince Edward Island as we and the rest of the Maritimes get set to tackle Hurricane Fiona over the next 24 to 48 hours. And that takes me to an announcement that we have here tonight. The Saturday night card that was scheduled for Red Shores because of Hurricane Fiona in the forecast, we're going to move that card to Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. So the Saturday night card is canceled, and it's going to move to Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. Tonight we have 13 dashes on tap, and the feature is in race 4 tonight. It is the Brian Andrew Memorial 2-year-old trot purse, $20,200, and what a fantastic group of freshman trotters we have for you this evening. It's a field of 6. Camco Aaron is on the rail for Mike McGuigan. Dynamical Tad as post 2 for Mark Bradley. Getting Salty post 3 with Corey McPherson. Windermere Got Muscle and Jason Hughes post 4. Irish Ray, the undefeated gelding by Muscle Through It, 7 for 7 in his young career, over 40,000 made. He has posed 5 for Mark Campbell, and My Secret Ability has posed 6 for Kenny Arsenault. And that comes up in race 4. We also have the feature mares going tonight as well, a little later on the card. So it's a great card of racing. Stay tuned. For now, let's send it up to track announcer Vance Cameron for all tonight's program and equipment changes. Vance.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park. For tonight's racing program, this is event number 44 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 18 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. There is a 1 second wind variant on the track condition tonight. And the track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Ronnie Hennessy. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 4 next in line, going from blinkers to blind bridle. Turning over to race number 2, the 2-entry, Camco Ramona, going from blind to can't see back bridle. Next change, turn your program over to race number 6. In the 6th race, number 4, Hall of a Ride, removing the ear hood, adding ear plugs. Turning over to race 7, the 3-entry Steal Me a Treasure, adding a choke plate. Turning over to race number 8, the 6th-entry, Windermere Don't You Worry, from a blind to an open bridle, has a cheek roll inside and a Murphy blind outside. Turning over to race 9. Number 6, Stealing Bases, from blinkers to blind bridle. Number 7, Elm Grove Penny, makes the same change, blinkers to blind. Next change, go to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 6, Fluentosity, from blinkers to blind bridle. And the final change in the final race tonight, number 13. In the 13th race, scratch number 2, TL's Betty. Race 13, scratch the 2, TL's Betty. Number 8, Salzbrook Velveeta, going from blind to can't see back bridle. That's going to wrap up the changes. The Par Mutual windows open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock. Leaving you 23 minutes to make your first race decision. So let's go back to my co-host Kurt Hughes on the Race Day broadcast desk to set up the betting menu and promotional plays.
Thank you very much, Vance. Yes, Red Shores is pleased to offer the new early pick 4 with a $500 guarantee pool beginning on race 2, and the super high 5 is on race 5, and again on race 13 with a low 15% takeout. And on track guest, the pick 5 starts in race number 6. And the ballots are inside the front cover of tonight's program, and the jackpot is $500, and your ballots must be in before the start of race number 6. And you can also tag your ticket with the wild horses for a chance to win a $25 jackpot on each race. And welcome to our HBI players. We appreciate your business, and you can use your account right here on track with our free Wi-Fi and Beat the Lines. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem.
Say
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. We have a 13-dash card for you this evening, and our feature race comes up in race 4. It is the Brian Andrew Memorial 2-year-old trot. Purse $20,200, and we're going to focus in on the 5. Irish Ray, owned by the 3 Wiseman stable of Kingston. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Muscle Through It, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. Mark's done a terrific job with this colt. He's been sharp in all of his 7 starts. He's gone 7 for 7. He is undefeated, and he has over 40,000 made so far in his freshman campaign. And we're going to take a look at last week's race in the PEI Colt Stake. Irish Ray got the job done right on the front end from post 5. So let's pick them up at the half. Here's Irish Ray and Campbell in PEI Colt Stakes action.
Dusty Lane Tucker 6, and the trailer is Ocean View Chip halfway home. 60 seconds flat was the time. Irish Ray around the paddock turn going to the 5-8. With them second, that's Windermere Got Muscle. Back into third is Getting Rocked. On the outside, fourth, Dynamical Ted. My Secret Ability fifth with Dusty Lane Tucker. And on the outside, the trailer, Ocean View Chip 3/4 comes next. And it's Irish Ray with the undefeated streak on the line here for Campbell. Second is Windermere Got Muscle. My Secret Ability has taken over third. Dynamical Tad fourth. 3/4 in 1:31 and 4. 1/8 of a mile left to trot, and Irish Ray will bring him on home. Windermere Got Muscle is second. My Secret Ability has taken over third. On the line next, here's number 7 in a row. Irish Ray in line to Mark Campbell in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, that'll go to Windermere Got Muscle. My Secret Ability third. 2-0, 1 and 4.
Yeah, this colt's been special since he started back in Summerside in an A stake. He wired the field on that day 2:02 and 4, and he hasn't looked back. He has remained perfect, but there is a couple fillies also racing really well this summer. I really like Getting Salty in there for McPherson tonight from post 3, and Camco Aaron and Mike McGuigan having a real special season as well. They have post 1. They have good gate speed. They've had the rail the last few weeks, and they've been cutting it out the last 2 weeks. So maybe they're going to go to a different tactic here tonight. McGuigan maybe let Mark Campbell go and sit right on his back, and she should get a good trip from post 1. I like those 3 in there tonight. I went with a 5-3-1 in race 4. Again, that's the Brian Andrew Memorial Trot coming up in the 4th, and the purse, nice purse tonight, 20,200. And again, it comes in race 4. We also have the feature coming up, the Filly Mares feature on the pace, and we also have the open trot a little later on in the card, and Freddie headlines that field from post 1 again for the 3 Wiseman stable. They could have quite a night here tonight. We're about 12 minutes away from the opener here on a Thursday evening. I'll be back after the post break to pick up my top choices for race 1.
The first race pacers and their drivers have entered the track for the post parade. Number 1 is Red Dirt Diamond, owned by Dina Clough of New Haven, trained by Brett Clough. Mark Campbell drives. 2 is Stone Cold Girl, owned by Guy Turbide, Robert Poirier, Jonathan Therio, and Stefan Boudreau, trained by David Dowling. Mark Bradley driving. 3 is Ms. Chantal Makabe, owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie, trained by Jay Noy. Kenneth Wilkie drives. Next in line 4 is owned by John Quinn and George Stevenson of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn, Jason Hughes. 5, Midnight Love, is owned, trained, and driven by Donnie McNeil of Cornwall. 6, Woodmere Heather M, owned by the Next Generation Stable Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. Camelot Terror 7 is owned by Donald, Terry Jane, and Chad Taylor of Charlottetown, trained by Chad Taylor, Gilles Barrio. Beach Day number 8, owned by the Kick and Horse Stable of York, and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Ronnie Gash, driven by Corey McPherson. Only 3 minutes wagering time on tonight's first race. This is Race Day from Red Shores. Kurt Hughes is next with his top selections in tonight's opener.
Okay, here we go for the Thursday night opener. We're about 3 minutes away from post time, and we got the early double kicking off here in races 1 and 2, and we have Exactor, Superfecta Tractor wagering, and we also have that Wild Horses tag. And let's go with the hot hands here. This is Jason the Blue Knight Hughes coming off a big night last Saturday night where he was a winner of 6 races on the card, and so I'm looking for the hot hands to continue here on Thursday night with next in line. This is trained by Stephen Quinn. John Quinn and George Stevenson are the owners of this 2-year-old filly by Peng Shui. Just continues to improve week after week. Last time out, a good 4th in 2 minutes 3/5. And prior to that, a good 2nd in Ladies Slipper grassroots action at 2 minutes 4/5 on that day, 29 and 3. Back in an overnight here tonight, I'm looking for this 2-year-old filly to get one in the win column here in her 4th career start. I like her on top, and she's even money. Okay, and from post 4, we go into post 2 for the Exactor players. I'm going to go with a 4-2. I like Stone Cold Girl. This is a 2-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. Mark Bradley's going to do the driving tonight for trainer David Dowling and owners Guy Turbide, Robert Poirier, Jonathan Theroux, and Stefan Boudreau of Quebec. And this 2-year-old filly's been putting together some pretty nice miles as well. 3rd in her PEI Colt Stake last time out, 2:02. A nice mile prior to that. In 2:02.1, and that 1-3 back was a nice mile in grassroots action where she was 3rd, race time to 2:01 and won another filly back in an overnight event here. She should get a good trip from post 2. I like her, as I say, for 2nd on my ticket, currently 3-2. Now we're going to get a look at a big malicious filly here. This is a 2-year-old filly by Malicious named Woodmere Heather M from post 6 tonight. Next Generation Stable of Stratford are the owners. Tom Weatherby, the trainer, and Brody McPhee going to do the driving. They were in an overnight event last time out. And they were a real good 2nd there. Race time to 2:02 and 3 to Heather's Pet. Closed it out 31. And prior to that, in a PEI Colt Stake, She was a real good third. She rallied from post 6 on that day. 2:01 and 2 was her race time. 30 and 2 closing quarter. Closed it out 29 and 3 prior to that in an overnight event. Good looking big black filly here on the track, scoring out for Brody McPhee. I like her for third on my ticket. I'm going to go 4-2-6 here in the opener.
There will be a minor delay in the start of race number 1. The 4 entry next in line returning to the paddock for an equipment adjustment. Window still open.
Maiden filly mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the Thursday night opener. Let's send it over to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Red Dirt Diamond, Stone Cold Girl, Miss Chantel Maccabee. Next in line, Midnight Love, Woodmere, Heather M, Camelot Terror, Beach Day on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough end pacing, leaving out Stone Cold Girl along the rail, Red Dirt Diamond, joining them next in line, crossing over fourth, Miss Chantel Maccabee, then racing fifth on the turn, Woodmere Heather M. Sixth is Midnight Love with Camelot Terror, and the trailer, that is Beach Day. So the quarter pole bound and driving up from the outside to take over the lead, that is Stone Cold Girl. In line to Mark Bradley. Racing second, that's Red Dirt Diamond. Moving up third on the outside, next in line. Racing from fourth, Miss Chantel Maccabee. Fifth is Woodmere Heather M. Then along the inside, racing sixth, Midnight Love. Camelot Terror seventh, and the trailer, that's Beach Day. 29 and 3 was the first quarter, and off the turn they come, headed towards the opening half mile, led by Stone Cold Girl and Mark Bradley. Second along the rail now, that's next in line, racing from third is a Red Dirt Diamond. Fourth is Miss Chantel Maccabee. Then in fifth is Woodmere Heather M. There goes Midnight Love to the outside in sixth. Seventh is Camelot Terror. And on the outside, the trailer is Beach Day. 59 4, opening half mile and moving over to the 5/8, led by Stone Cold Girl. Next in line goes up on the outside to challenge the leader. Red Dirt Diamond races from 3rd, 4th. That's Miss Chantal Makabe. Then in 5th, it's Woodmere Heather M. Midnight Love is 6th, racing from 7th. Up the inside is Camelot Terror, and off stride goes Beach Day at the back. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 4. They round the turn for the second and final time with an 1/8 of a mile left to come. Leading up the rail, Stone Cold Girl. Next in line, the challenger, Miss Chantel Makabe is coming 3rd. Down the stretch they come. Next in line takes over Stone Cold Girl. Woodmere Heather M. Oh, set the camera up! Wow! 4 of them across the track in a wind picture to open up a Thursday night at the driving park. 2:01 flat.
Well, I think that might be win number 997 for Mr. Mark Bradley as he inches closer to that 1,000 win milestone. But we'll wait to see the results of the photo. These filly mares maidens put on quite a show here to kick things off as we get a look at the Universal slow-mo. Stone Cold Girl and Bradley insisted on leading 29-3. They made the 4 next in line get in the 2-hole. And Jason Hughes wasn't long in the 2-hole as he popped the pocket heading to 5/8. And they're going to battle all the rest of the mile. The next 3/8, they are going to battle. And on the outside, arriving on the scene late is the 3, Miss Chantel Maccabee. And in the inside is the 6, Woodmere Heather M. There's 4 across the track here in a finish. What a tight finish here on the line as we get a look at this Universal slow-mo. Universal's going to freeze frame it for us on the line, and it looks like Stone Cold Girl and Bradley do get it there by a head, but we'll wait to see the results and advance announcement here in the Thursday night opener. But what a race here to kick things off. Time of the mile, 2:01 flat.
Stone Cold Girl wins the photo finish, and she's arriving at the first race winner's circle by pacing filly 2 by Stonebridge Terror off the Badlands Hanover Dam. What a Bad Girl, owned by Guy Turbide, Robert Poirier, Jonathan Theriot, and Stefan Boudreau, trained by David Dowling. Mark Bradley in the driver's seat for the win. The mile of 2:01's a maiden record on Stone Cold Girl in the first.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Syntrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results in Race 1. Red Dirt Diamond 5th, Stone Cold Girl the winner. Miss Chantel Makabe was 3rd, next in line 2nd. Midnight Love 7th. Woodmere Heather M 4th. Camelot Terror was 6th. Beach Day finished 8th. They went 29 and 3, 59 and 4, 130 and 4, and the mile 201. In review, it's 513, 274, 68. Stone Cold Girl paid 540. The exactor 1640. Triactor was 644.10, and the superfecta at 107.29.
Great ticket there in race 1, 2, 4, 3. Two favorites finishing first and second. Try pays 644.10. Wow, congrats if you were able to nail it there in our opener. And there's free Wi-Fi is available. It's here available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com and wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Enjoy the action from our restaurants, grandstand, simulcast theater, or the casino, and you can place your bet at the track on your smartphone too through hpibet.com. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page, and that's just another way to enjoy your guest experience here at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi.
Second race trotters on the track for the parade. Number 1, the Giant Thunder, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Jim Ripley training and driving. Camco Ramona, number 2, is owned by the Sandstone Stables of Milton, trained by Doug McGregor. Brody McPhee drives. Ocean View Cicero, number 3, is owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Corey McPherson trains and drives. For Birch Legacy, owned by Robert Honcoop of Alliston, trained by Bill Lanigan. Mark Campbell driving. 5, Peach Pie Will Do, owned by Jordan McKay, Andrew Brown, Shirley Symes, and Allard Racing Incorporated. Trained by Chris McKay. Mike McGuigan drives. Professor Gordon 6, owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven. Kenny Murphy up. 5 minutes wagering time. On the second, the Red Shores Pick 4 gets underway with a low 15% takeout and a $500 guarantee pool.
And there's a look at that tight photo finish there in the opener with Stone Cold Girl getting it done over next in line there. Wow, that is a tight finish, and congrats to the connections of Stone Cold Girl and Mark Bradley as he inches closer to that career milestone. And there's a quick look at our early pick 4 tickets. I'm going to go 5-2-5-3 post time picks, going with 4-2-5-3, and classifier's choice likes 5-2-5-3 as well. And we're about 4 minutes away from race 2, and that again, that early pick 4 kicks off right here in race 2. We also have Exactor, Superfecta Tractor Wagering, Win, Play, Show, and the Wild Horses tag. The jackpot is $25, and there's a look at my top choice on the screen right now. That is Peach Pie Will Do, 4-year-old gelding by Ted the Stud, owned by Jordan McKay, Andrew Brown, Shirley Symes, and Allard Racing. Chris McKay, the trainer, and Mike McGuigan going to do the driving. This is a risky play here in race number 2 with Peach Pie Will Do, as you can see right on her lines, right on his lines, that he shows a lot of braking, but he looks like he put it together in that qualifier pretty nicely there with the half trotting hobbles on. He was a winner there by 30.5 and 2:03 and won. A lot of speed this trotter has, and so if McGuigan can keep him flat, I can see him going right to the winner's circle here today in race 2. Currently 1-4. Okay, now just 2 to go here before race 2. For my exactor play, I went with the 1 Magian Thunder. James Ripley is the driver, trainer, and Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia is the owner. Good third last time out here in Charlottetown. Got away 5th at the quarter and rallied to be 3rd. Closed it out 30-1 for a nice mile there, 2:02 and 2. Closed it out 29-4 in the start prior to that. So putting together some pretty nice miles. Still looking for 1 in the wing column here, but this guy's got some talent, and he could get it done here today. I'm looking for 2nd on my ticket. Good odds right now at 17-1. Now we're getting a look at the filly. 3-year-old filly by Armbro Barrister. That is Ocean View Cicero, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Corey McPherson, the trainer and driver. Real nice win there last time out. Right to the front, a dominant win in 2:04 and 2. A good 3rd place, 2nd prior to that. PEI Cold Stakes action in behind, along for the ride. 2:03 and 3. Even a mile down there, 4 back in 2 minutes, 3/5. So putting together a real nice season. A little over 12,500 made this year, and so I'll look for her to round out my ticket, but I wouldn't be surprised if she landed in the winner's circle. A little better price than the 5 right now. 8-1 currently on the 3, Ocean View Cicero. Trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's second race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Test 1, 2, test.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the universe some slow-mo there with a little audio trouble there in race number 2, but it was Professor Gordon minding his manners. There was a few breakers in this 6-horse field. 3 of them stayed flat, and that's how this triactor finished here with the 6 Professor Gordon and Kenny Murphy going right down the road, 29 and 4, 59 and 3, 130 and 3, time of the mile 202 and 4 as Murphy and Professor Gordon bottomed them out here in race 2. The 3 Ocean View, Cicero, and McPherson. They finished second with Camco Ramona and Brody McPhee. She minded her manners as well, and she gets the show dough. But it's Professor Gordon, the veteran, getting it done here in race 2 at Red Shores.
You talk about all smiles coming to the winner's circle here in the second. Here comes Professor Gordon, trotting Brown Gelding 10 by Angus Hall. Off the striking Sabre Dam, coming first. Owned and trained by Dina Clow of New Haven. Kenny Murphy put him on top at every call tonight. 2-0, 2 and 4. Professor Gordon wires the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. The top tier of Atlantic Canadian stallions have their hooves planted firmly at Windermere Farms in Springvale, PEI. When breeding an Atlantic Canadian champion, look no further than Malicious, Legion of Honor, Source of Pride, and Somewhere Fancy. Go to windermerefarmspei.weebly.com for more information.
Now the official results in the second: Magian Thunder fifth, Camco Ramona third, Ocean View Cicero was second, Bert's Legacy finished sixth, Peach Pie Will Do fourth, Professor Gordon the winner, 29 and 4, 59 and 3, 130 and 3, and the mile 202 and 4. In review, it's 532, 641. Professor Gordon paid $15.70. Exactor $115.80, Triactor $419.80, Superfecta $343.44. The early double honored the ticket of 2-3 at $50.10.
Okay, race 3 getting set to make their way out onto the racetrack here as we get a look inside the paddock, courtesy of the paddock cam. Presented by Red Shores. There's a look at the one making her way out. That is Dueling Banjos and Brody McPhee. I'm going to go with the 2 in here, Pacific Delight, right now currently 2-5 on the board. I like 2-5-3 post time picks. Matching strides in here. They also like 2-5-3, and the classifier's choice is 2-5-1 here in race 3. Post break coming up next.
On the third race post parade, number 1 Dueling Banjos, owned by Jay and Mary G. Noy, Denise and William Andrew, trained by Jay Noy, Brody McPhee drives. 2 is Pacific Delight, owned by Jack Keenan of Stratford, Joseph Dahl of Burlington, Ontario, trained by Gordy Ford, Gilles Barrio. Maggie's Delight 3 is owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle leaves the trainer. Corey McPherson drives. Locker Up 4 is owned by Jamie Kennedy of Charlottetown. The trainer-driver, Kenny Arsenault. 5, The Time to Win, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Gordy Ford, Mark Campbell. Catch a Few Race 6, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Miles Heffernan driving. 5 minutes wagering time on the third. Kurt Hughes returns with information on the Drive for Charity Holiday Edition.
That's right, Vance. The Drive for Charity event features 10 of Prince Edward Island's top harness drivers partnering with island businesses to raise money for island charities, and each win will earn $30 towards their charity. And this popular promotion was put on hold during the pandemic, but has returned with a new campaign. It's going to run from September 15th to December 4th, just in time for the holidays. And the participating drivers, businesses, and charities, I'll announce them throughout the night, but the first few are Redshores Racetrack and Casino in Dale Spence. They're teaming up to raise money for the United Way. PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, they're going to team up with Adam Murner, and they're going to raise money for Joyriders. And Daniel R. Ross Limited and Jason Hughes, they're going to team up to raise money for Camp Gencha. Okay, out onto the track we go here for race 3, just 3 minutes away, and here we are on the chalk choice right now. That is the 2 Pacific Delight, owned by Jack Keenan of Stratford, Joseph Dahl of Burlington. Gilles Barrio going to do the driving for trainer Gordy Ford, and last time out made a break there, so we'll throw that line out. How about the lines prior to that? 4th by 3/4 of a length of 56 and 2. 4th, these 3 back there by a length in 57 and 3, 28 and 3. Closed home strong for Jason Hughes. 4 back there, finishing 3rd and 56 and 1. Nice sharp closer of 28 and 4. That was up at the 1551 level. So dropping in class here a couple levels to the non-winners of 1051 post 2 tonight. I have to think Barrio is going to be pretty aggressive with this mare here tonight, and I'm going to put her on top of my ticket, even money currently. And now we're going to move out to the second of 2 Gordy Ford entries here in race 3. That is the Time to Win, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, PEI. 8-year-old mare by Western Ideal. Mark Campbell going to do the driving. Mark gets along real good with this mare. She looked sharp there, scoring down for Campbell, and they were teamed up for a second place finish. 2 back there at the non-winners of 11:01 from post 7. They rallied to be second on that night race, timed in 57 and 3. Post 7 again last week with the drop in class. They ended up 6th for Gilles Barrio, 58 and 4. Campbell back in the bike tonight. They're moving in a couple spots to post 5. They have not drawn well in their last couple starts. So moving in a couple spots at this level where she's pretty comfortable, especially with Campbell driving. He gets along really good with her. And so I'm going to put her for second on my ticket. She is 2-1 currently. And there is the 3 Maggie's Delight. I like her for third on my ticket. She's now 4 years old by Steelhead Hanover. 2 wins from 13 starts this year, a mark of 56 and 4. And if you look down her lines, pretty decent lines as well from this mare. She's owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald. Michelle is the trainer, and Corey McPherson will do the driving. 5th, just missed last time out, 3/4 of a length at the wire, 59 flat. And then prior to that, from post 7, rallied to be only beaten 3 1/4 at the wire in that 15:51 race in 56 and 4. A real nice mile. She had post 7 prior to that as well. So she moved into the rail last week, a real good showing. And so this week, post 3 at this identical level. She's going to be right there at the wire again this week, I think. And right now she's 5-2. The 2 Pacific Delight getting all the attention on the board, currently 1-2 as the filly mares begin to move up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 3rd race. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Dueling Banjos, Pacific Delight, Maggie's Delight. Lock her up, the time to win. Catch a few rays, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, Lock Her Up, and Maggie's Delight are the first 2 out. On the rail, Dueling Banjos 3rd, Pacific Delight to the turn 4th. Then the time to win is 5th, followed by the trailer. Catch a few rays at the 8th pole. That's Maggie's Delight for Corey McPherson on the lead. 2nd is Lock Her Up, racing from 3rd, Dueling Banjos. Pacific Delight's away 4th. Then 5th, the time to win. Trailing the field 6th, that is Catch a Few Rays. They arrived at that opening quarter, led by Maggie's Delight in line to Corey McPherson in a solid 28-1. Lock Her Up goes 2nd, around the turn racing 3rd, Dueling Banjos. Moving up 4th, the time to win. The heavy favorite is backed up to 5th now at the rail. That is Pacific Delight. And trailing the field is Catch a Few Rays. They arrive at the opening half mile with Maggie's Delight halfway home. Lock Her Up continues 2nd. First up on the outside 3rd. The time to win is coming. 4th on the rail is Dueling Banjos. Catch a Few Rays on the outside 5th. Now the trailer, Pacific Delight, 57-3 for an opening half mile. 3/8 to go. Maggie's Delight the leader. The time to win on the outside outer wheel. Lock Her Up in the pocket 3rd. 4th on the outside is Catch a Few Rays. On the cones, Dueling Banjos. Trailing the field, that is Pacific Delight. 3/4 in the books. Maggie's Delight got them there in 1:27-3 on the turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile out. Maggie's Delight is opened up by 2. The time to win is 2nd. Lock Her Up 3rd. Dueling Banjos 4th. Down the stretch they come, and it's Maggie's Delight to take Corey McPherson all the way in the 3rd. 2nd, that is the time to win. Dueling Banjos rallied up to be 3rd in 1:56-3.
New speed badge for this now 4-year-old mare by Steelhead Hanover. Corey McPherson, perfect drive here. She pounced off the wings. That is the 3 Maggie's Delight. They got to the front before the turn and got to control things their own way as the time to win. Tried to grind it out first up here for Campbell. 28 and 157 and 3, 127 and 3 to 3/4. That's when Corey McPherson put the pedal to the metal around the last turn, and she just drew off. And a lot of separation between her and the time to win here on the line as she gets it done. Nice trip here, closed it out 29 flat. Nice mile, 156 and 3. As I say, a new record for this now 4-year-old mare by Steelhead Hanover. Maggie's Delight and McPherson win the third here at Red Shores.
Maggie's Delight in the third race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Steelhead Hanover from the Western Success Dam. Lauren's Delight, owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle does the training. Corey McPherson put her on top at every call, pacing to a new race win record of 156 and 3. Maggie's Delight in the third. Here's the official results now in the third. Dueling Banjos third. Pacific Delight fifth. Maggie's Delight the winner. Lock Her Up fourth. The time to win was second. Catch a Few Rays 6. Fractions of 28 and 1. 57 and 3. 127 and 3. And the mile 156 and 3. In review 351 426. Maggie's Delight paid $9.30. The exactor 12.10, the triactor was 80.20, and the superfactor was 77.97.
Red Shores is pleased to offer a new fan zone in the lower level of Red Shores. This area has high top tables, new flat screen TVs featuring live and off-track horse racing, and you can also place your bets by using our free Red Shores guest Wi-Fi on your mobile device through hbibet.com. Quick look at the picks here for race 4, 7 minutes away from race 4. It is the Brian Andrew Memorial 2-year-old trot purse, $20,200. I'm going to go with a 5-3-1 post time picks, going 5-1-3. Classifier's choice also likes a 5-3-1 in here.
Tonight's fourth race, the Brian Andrew Memorial 2-year-old Trotters. First money, $20,200. On parade, number 1, Camco Aaron, owned by Blue Diamond Racing of Emmyvale, Mike McGuigan, training and driving. Dynamical Tad, number 2, is owned by Bill Kenny of Hunter River and Gary Ford of Stratford, trained by Von Doyle. Mark Bradley drives. Getting Salty 3 is owned and trained by Blaine White of South Panat. Corey McPherson drives. Windermere Got Muscle 4 is owned by But We Hear Now stable of Charlottetown, trained by Danny McDonald, Jason Hughes. 5 is Irish Ray, owned by 3 Wiseman stable of Kingston. Mark Campbell trains and drives. My Secret Ability, number 6, owned by Janet Bevan and Eldred Nicholson, Kenny Arsenault training and driving. There's 5 minutes wagering time on the fourth race. The 2022 Atlantic Classic Sale catalogs are now available at the Charlottetown and Summerside race offices.
And the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale will take place on October 7th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds in Crapo, PEI. Start time is 2 p.m. and you can watch and register to bid online by visiting liveauctions.tv. And the online catalog, track it links, sale updates, outlists, pictures, and videos are available at PEIharnessracing.ca. And my top choice on the board is Irish Ray from Pose 5, and Irish Ray by Muscle Through It. Highly organized. Will have a half-sister sired by E.L. Rocket in the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale named Dusty Lane Harper, selling as hip 132, consigned by Dusty Lane Farms. And Irish Ray, what a season he's put together. Irish Ray now 7-4-7, over 40,000 made in his freshman campaign. Mark Campbell, trainer and driver. He's got a real good colt on his hands, owned by the 3 Wiseman stable of Kingston. This guy's been dominant every single week. He's got good gate speed. He's got a flawless gait. I just like the way this trotter goes. He's just really square, and he's got a real nice front end on him there. He really reaches out. He's a sharp-looking trotter on the track, and that start last time out in the PEI Cold Stake was a real nice mile. In 2:01.4, he closed it out 30 flat. Prior to that, in the Lady Slipper was a nice effort as well from post 3. He was a winner in 2:01.3, and how about the break 3 back He got back on stride and got to the front just past the half and was still able to win in 2 minutes 3/5, and that is this Colts record. Pretty phenomenal season so far, and so I like Irish Ray's dream season to continue here tonight in the Brian Andrew Memorial Trot. I got him on top at 1-5. And there's a look at the 3, Getting Salty. This Muscle Through It by Santa Hanover. We're going to have a half brother sired by E.L. Rocket in the upcoming yearling sale, named Getting Lit, selling as Hip 53, consigned by Jamie Whalen. And Getting Salty, pretty nice lines, as we mentioned. She's by Muscle Through It, a good win last time out in PEI Colt Stakes action, 202-1 over Camco Aaron, who has the rail here tonight. Getting Salty, a real good season, closing in on 25,000, 7 for 7 in the top 3 with 5 seconds in that win, 202-1 in her latest. Blaine White from South Panett is the owner and trainer, and Corey McPherson gets the call. He's been doing a great job with her. And Getting Salty, I like her for second on my ticket. She's a good price right now, 11-1. And now we're getting a look at the 1, Camco Aaron, and Mike McGuigan scoring down here on the screen right now. She is by My MVP out of Chucky's Princess, and she's going to have a half brother sired by E.L. Rocket in the upcoming Atlanta Classic yearling sale, named Camco Laredo, selling his Hip 104 and consigned by Blair Campbell. Camco Aaron putting together a real nice season for trainer driver Mike McGuigan and owners Blue Diamond Racing of Emmyvale. They cut it last time out, got collared by Getting Salty, as I mentioned there, race timed in 2:02-3. A winner prior to that in Lady Slippers action, right on the front end, and she was a winner in 2:02 flat 30-4. She closed it out. Nice trip there, 3 back as well, race timed in 2:01-1, finishing second to victory now. So Camco Aaron, a real nice filly for McGuigan, has the rail here tonight. I like her for third on my ticket. I wouldn't be surprised if she got a nice 2-hole ride here and was able to finish second. So Camco Aaron right now on the board, 6-1. In the 6, My Secret Ability by My MVP out of Credibility will have a half-brother, sired by Mile Hill Willie, selling in the Atlanta Classic yearling sale, named Incredible Willie, Hip 108, consigned by Eldred Nicholson. A really deep and talented group of freshman colts and fillies of the trotting variety here, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 4th race. Vance, big purse on the line here.
Over $20,000, Kurt, on the line. Camco Aaron, Dynamical Tad, Getting Salty. Windermere Got Muscle, Irish Ray, My Secret Ability. They're on the gate and at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and trotting Irish Ray, Windermere got muscle, getting salty, and Camco Aaron. There's a host of levers in here as they move round the turn. My Secret Ability moving up on the outside fifth and at the rail Dynamical Tad. So they're paired up in the early going as they straighten to the backstretch. It'll be Camco Aaron in line to Mike McGuigan. Getting salty, caught on the outside second. Windermere got muscle, a racing third. Irish Ray is fourth outside. Racing fifth, that's My Secret Ability. Trailing the field, Dynamical Tad. A little to it and at it and to it, and when there's 20 grand on the line, you're not going to find any friends. Opening quarter tripped in 29 and 3. Battle on, a brouhaha in the Brian Andrew Memorial tonight. In at the rail, the leader, Camco Aaron, getting salty in a whole heap of trouble. Parked out. Windermere got muscle third. Moving up fourth is Irish Ray. My Secret Ability has fifth. Trailing the field, Dynamical Tad at the midway point. The leader, Camco Aaron, in 59 and 1. In at the rail, Windermere got muscle second, getting salty. Starting to tire third. Irish Ray with the undefeated streak on the line. 3 wide fourth. Up the rail in My Secret Ability fifth. They're hooked up in the backfield here as they race to 3/4, led by Camco Aaron. Second at Windermere got muscle. Irish Ray on the outside, a contending third. 3/4 up in 1:30. Until they trot round the turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile to come. Camco Aaron at the rail. Now on the outside, the challenger, Irish Ray right alongside. Up the passing lane third, Windermere got muscle. Deep stretch now as they land on the wire next. Irish Ray has done it again for Mark Campbell. Second is Camco Aaron. Windermere got muscle third, 2-0. 2 and 1. We are under an inquiry. Judges' inquiry in the fourth. The judges' inquiry involves the conduct of the fourth race going to 3/4.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for the Brian Andrew Memorial 2-year-old trot. And what a race this was. Camco, Aaron, and McGuigan, they meant business here tonight. They had the rail and they used it to their advantage. They left Getting Salty the 3 and McPherson out for the night here tonight. 29 and 3, half 59 and 1, 130 and 2. Irish Ray had to deploy different tactics here tonight for Campbell. They had to try from off the pace. They had a good second over trip behind Getting Salty. Campbell pushed him 3 wide up the backstretch through 3/4 of 130 and 2. And this colt remains undefeated as he reached up in deep stretch to get it done here in a real nice off the pace style win here for Irish Ray. They get it done in 2:02 and 1. Camco, Aaron, and McGuigan, they made him earn it here tonight. They raced great here tonight, finishing second, and Windermere got muscle. And Hughes, they had the pocket ride. They finished third in here, but it is Irish Ray going 8 for 8 now in his freshman campaign. He remains perfect, getting it done here in race number 4.
Well, he had to use every inch of the racetrack to keep his undefeated streak intact, and he does. He goes 8 for 8. That's Irish Ray in the fourth race winner's circle, trotting big gelding 2 by Muscle Through It from the Garland Lobel Dam, highly organized. Owned by 3 Wiseman's Table of Kingston. The colt bred by Blaine White of Bell River. He's trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell for a mile and 2:02 and a 1/5. Irish Ray capturing the Brian Andrew Memorial 2-year-old trot with the trackside presentation.
Okay, on the screen now, you're going to get a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry here in race 4. They're going to look at racing action as these horses are moving towards 3/4. You're seeing it there on the screen now. Results of the fourth race inquiry. Racing officials deemed that 3 Getting Salty interfered with number 6, My Secret Ability, by hooking wheels going to 3/4. With number 6 finishing ahead of number 3, no placings required.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now, the official results in the fourth: Camco Aaron was second, Dynamical Tad fifth, Getting Salty sixth, Windermere Got Muscle third, Irish Ray the race winner. My Secret Ability was fourth, then went 29 and 3, 59 and 1, 130 and 2, and the mile 2:02 and 1. From the top, 256, 314. Irish Ray 210. The Exactor 450, Triactor $17, Superfecta $471.
Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network, and our broadcast show features exciting action and camera angles in HD, commentary, and interviews. Special features along with the Paddock Cam, 60 seconds or less features, the new Race Day recap on Race 6, Vance Cam, and slow motion replays. Race Day Live at Redshores.ca, the Red Shores YouTube channel, and HPIBet.com. Quick look at the picks here in race 5. I'm going to go with a 3-4-7 post time picks, 3-2-7 classifiers choice, 3-7-4. Post break coming up in just a moment.
The fifth race is the first of two super high fives on the program. On parade, Gin and Tonic 1, owned by Brian Foley, Mark Gallant, Sterling McClure, and Donnie Stewart, Mike McGuigan, training and driving. Rosetown Mary number 2 is owned by Carrie and Emily Taylor of Stratford, Lisa Richards of Cornwall, Corey McPherson, training and driving. Orr's Terror 3 is owned by Dale Orr of St. John and Robert Orr of Oak Bay, New Brunswick, Jills Barrio, training and driving. Red Dirt Love and Life number 4, owned by Should Have Been on a Beach Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Curry White, Adam Murner drives. 5 is DC's First Girl, owned by Dave Kelly and Charlene Cipher of Springvale. Dave trains and drives. 6 is J.J. Kinley, owned by Delta J of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Mark Bradley. 7 MD's Girl, owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. Keith is the trainer, driven by Mark Campbell. Crimson and Clover, number 8, owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5, and Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in our first super high 5 of the night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, it looks like a lock on the 3, Orr's Terror, putting a solid season together, just under $30,000 in prize money. Like her all the way, like the punters do right now, 1-5 on the board. Going to go to 2, Rosetown Mary, and here's a filly at mighty long odds that could be a piece of this one, playing a hunch out of the Corey McPherson barn. I like the 4, Red Dirt Love and Life for 3rd. I'll pencil in the 7, MD's Girl for 4th, and going to go to the far outside for Kenny Arsenault trainee, Crimson and Clover for my super high 5. I like 3, 2, 4, 7, 8. Mr. Hughes, your choices.
I got a really good feeling about tonight's super high 5, Vance. I think we're going to be close here. I like the same 5 you do. A little different order. I think we got a shoe in here for our winner. It's the next 4 that we're going to have trouble with, but I'm going to go with Orr's Terror as well, and Barrio having a terrific season, almost 30,000 made. I like her on top. I like the 4, Red Dirt Love and Life for 2nd, and Murner. I'm going to go with the 7, MD's Girl for 3rd on my ticket with Campbell, Rosetown Mary for 4th, and McPherson, and then out to the outside, Post 8 for 5th on my ticket. So I'm going to go 3, 4, 7, 2, 8. Vance Cameron shoveling his up just a little bit. 3, 2, 4, 7, 8. You got about a minute to get in on the Super High 5 here in race 5. Good luck with your selections. Full field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. For tonight's 5th race, it is the first of 2 Super High 5s here in Charlottetown. Let's send it over to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Gin and Tonic, Rosetown Mary, Orr's Terror. Red Dirt Love and Life, DC's First Girl. J.J. Kinley, MD's Girl, and Crimson and Clover outside. Travel the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Orr's Terror is the first one out. Second is Red Dirt Love and Life. And the third one to the turn, coming from the outside, is J.J. Kinley. On the cones and racing fourth, Gin and Tonic. 3 high in fifth, that's MD's Girl. Rosetown Mary got away sixth. Seventh, that is DC's First Girl. Trailing the field, Crimson and Clover. So they race the backstretch and go to the opening quarter. Orr's Terror, the 1-9 chalk, leads it for Burial. Racing from second, that is Red Dirt Love and Life. Now in third, that's MD's Girl. Racing from fourth, J.J. Kinley. Gin and Tonic is fifth. Rosetown Mary sixth. Seventh, DC's First Girl. Crimson and Clover. Trailing the field, 28 and 3. Opened it up, and off the turn they come in straight alignment, led by Orr's Terror. Red Dirt Love and Life, that textbook 2-hole ride. MD's Girls racing the rail third. Then in fourth is J.J. Kinley. Gin and Tonic fifth. Rosetown Mary in sixth. Seventh, that's DC's Girl. And trailing the field, Crimson and Clover. Halfway home in 58 and 2. They roll along, led by Orr's Terror. Tracking along second Second is Red Dirt Lovin' Life. MD's Girl continuing third. Fourth at the rail is J.J. Kinley. Fifth is Gin and Tonic. Rosetown Mary underway sixth. Seventh, that is DC's First Girl. And trailing the field is Crimson and Clover. They arrive at 3/4. Orr's Terror getting them there. Red Dirt Lovin' Life is second. Rosetown Mary coming on the outside third. MD's Girl along the rail fourth. Then in fifth, it's J.J. Kinley. They get set to turn home off of 1:28 and 2 3/4. And the leader, that's Orr's Terror. Red Dirt Lovin' Life is second. Rosetown Mary third. MD's Girl on the wire next. Red Dirt Lovin' Life gets up for murder. Orr's Terror was second. Rosetown Mary third. 1:57.2.
Great effort from the four here. Red Dirt, Lovin' Life, and Murder. Murder gave this 3-year-old filly by Tobago Case a perfect pocket ride here, following behind the Chalk Choice, Orr's Terra, and Barrio. They had the fractions they wanted here tonight on the front end. 28 and 3, half 58 and 2, 128 and 2. Really no pressure throughout the entire mile for Barrio and Orr's Terra. Rosetown Mary and McPherson made a bid first up, but the four, Red Dirt, Lovin' Life, pulled pocket at the top of the stretch, and they're going to nail it on the line here. They're going to reach up in the final strides and nail it here on the line over Orr's Terror. They get it done. Nice trip, 157 and 2. Orr's Terror and Barrio finished second with Rosetown Mary and McPherson. They raced well here tonight. They tried it first up. They end up getting the show dough, but it's Red Dirt, Lovin' Life, and Murder to win the fifth here at Red Shores.
Red Dirt Lovin' Life arriving at the fifth race winner's circle. Bay pacing filly, she's 3 by Tobago Case off the Royal Majesty Dam. She's a Royal Bella. Owned by Should Have Been on a Beach Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Curry White. Driven to victory by Adam Murder. Top of the mile in 157 and 2. Red Dirt Lovin' Life in the fifth. Here's the official results now in the 5th. Gin and Tonic was 8th. Rosetown Mary 3rd. Orr's Terror was 2nd. Red Dirt Love and Life the race winner. DC's First Girl 7th. J.J. Kinley 5th. MD's Girl 4th. Crimson and Clover was 6th. 28 and 3, 58 and 2. 128 and 2. And the mile 157 and 2. In review, it's 832, 175, 46. Red Dirt Love and Life 1660 to win. Exactor 3210, Triactor 6210, and the Super High 5 3273.
The Atlantic Invitational Series Road to the Premier's Cup began with the Walterdale at EPR with events around the Maritimes, including the Governor's Plate, Lindsay Cup, Premier's Pace, Goguen Memorial, and the road continues with the Richard Campbell Memorial coming up on October 1st, and it all leads to the Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup on October 9th at Charlottetown.
The 6th race on the track for the post-parade, number 1, Along for the Ride, owned by Ambrose Label of Morel, trained by Brian McPhee, Amber Campbell driving. Libero 2 is owned by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, trained by Randy Van Meer, Jules Barrio drives. Tequila Tuesday 3, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Hall of a Ride 4 is owned and trained by Janice Hubbard of St. John, New Brunswick, John Davidson driving. Five Daisy River is owned by Bill Lanigan of Montague, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. For Giant Tango 6, Jim Ripley Training and Driving for owner Mary Lee Ripley, Amherst, Nova Scotia. 8 minutes wagering time on race number 6. This is the start of the on-track pick 5. Your ballots must be found inside of the front cover of tonight's race program.
In the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders Stakes coming up October 20th. 2- and 3-year-old trotters right here at Red Shores at the CDP. And October 23rd, 2-year-old Pacers. They are at SHORES Raceway. As Vance mentioned, the on-track pick 5 kicks off here in race 6. The ballots are located in the cover of this program. Pick the winners from races 6 through 10. You win $500 here tonight, but it has to be in before the start of race 6. And now we're going to get a look at the 4 Hall of a Ride. John Davidson going to do the driving for trainer and owner Janice Hubbard of St. John. They were on the front from post 4 last time out. Got collared late, ended up third in 1:59 and 1. And on the front prior to that, from post 1, they were second by a half a length, DQ'd to 5th. Race timed in 1:58 and 2. This trotter has great gate speed, so I'll look for Davidson to be super aggressive with him again tonight from post 4. He's got a great starting spot right there, right trailing behind the car. He should get a good look at that turn, and I can see him cutting it all out again here tonight and going the distance. And right now, 4-1 currently on the board. Now we're getting a look at the one along for the ride. Amber Campbell going to do the driving tonight for trainer Brian McPhee and owner Ambrose Label of Morel. Amber's been in the seat in the last few starts and racing really well for Amber. Second by 3/4 of a length last time out in 1:59 and behind Striking Pride. A real nice effort there in that Island Oceans grass route there from the rail on that night as well. Got away third. But prior to that, from the rail, they cut it all out, and there were winners at 2:02 and 2. So this filly by Merchandiser, she can get off the gate as well. And so she's going to get a good trip. I think she's going to probably follow out the 4. We'll see what happens when the wing's full. But along for the ride, it's going to get away up close to the lead. And off her last 6 starts, she's going to be one tough filly to beat in here. Currently even money. Another one that's going to get spotted up close to the lead is the 2, Libero. He's good gate speed as well. Now 8 years old. Gilberto is doing the driving for owner Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert and trainer Randy Van Meer. 5th last time out, 2:02 and 1 at this 11:01 level. Prior to that, he had been racing all the way up in the open there. If you look 4 starts back there, finishing 4th in 2 minutes to Freddie, Jess, or Jessica, an incredible 2. So pretty good company. Libero at this level, he should be part of the ticketer tonight if he gets the right trip. We'll see what kind of trip Barrio works out, but I can see him getting away in the top 3 here, and I like him to round out my triactor ticket. I'm going to go 4-1-2 in here in race 6. Look at the flags in there in the center field. We got a 1 second wind variant there. As you can see, the wind's blowing pretty hard here on Prince Edward Island. Hurricane Fiona is going to make her way here to the Maritimes as we get set to brace for that impact from Hurricane Fiona. But we want to tell you about the Saturday evening card. We're going to reschedule that card on Saturday night to Sunday afternoon. I mentioned it earlier in the card, but if you're just joining us, the Saturday night card is going to be canceled, and we're going to go with a Sunday card. We're going to move that Saturday card to Sunday afternoon. Post time is 4 p.m. So again, that Saturday night card that we had scheduled, it's going to move to Sunday post time 4 p.m. And then we're back in Summerside Monday at 6, and right back here next week, Thursday at 6 as well. Trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 6th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Along for the ride, Libero, Tequila Tuesday, Oliver Ride, Daisy River, and Majian Tango. Moving up on the gate, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and trotting Oliver Ride leaving out. Libero between horses. Along for the ride along the rail of racing third. Daisy River is leaving from the outside fourth. Tequila Tuesday is fifth. Then the trailer. That'll be Majian Tango. Off stride on the turn. Oliver Ride has jumped it off. Racing for the lead. That's Libero for Berrio. Second is Along for the Ride. Daisy River wants nothing to do with the 3-hole. The Blue Knight is sitting up and sending her after the leader. On by that opening quarter mile, back into fourth, Tequila Tuesday. Fifth around the turn, Majian Tango, trailing the field. Oliver Ride, 28 and 3 was the first quarter, and the new leader is Daisy River for the Blue Knight Use. Second, Libero racing from third, Along for the Ride. Back into fourth, Tequila Tuesday. Racing fifth, Majian Tango, trailing the field. That's Oliver Ride. They're halfway home in the sixth, led by Daisy River. Libero races second, third into the turn, Along for the Ride. Racing fourth, that's Tequila Tuesday. Majian Tango with the leaders, fifth, and the trailer, Oliver Ride. 58 seconds flat for an opening half mile. Daisy River rolling along with the lead. They're going to 3/4 now. Second, Libero Along for the Ride, third. Tequila Tuesday trotting the rail, fourth. There goes Majian Tango to the outside, fifth. Oliver Ride trails, 3/4 up and gone, and that went to Daisy River in 90 seconds flat. Just 32 seconds in the third quarter. Eighth of a mile left to trot. Daisy River to bring him home. Along for the Ride is coming second. Back into third, Libero. Tequila Tuesday fourth. Deep in the stretch. And Along for the Ride comes up on the outside to win for Amber Campbell. Second, that's Daisy River. It might have been Oliver Ride. Third in 2 minutes and 2/5.
Well, we talked about her in the pre-race. That was Along for the Ride, 3-year-old filly by Merchandiser. And driver Amber Campbell, she just seems to get so much out of this filly. She's been getting along great with her. They had the rail again this week, and they got away 3 again this week. But last week they got away 3. They finished second. Tonight they did one better, and they got the job done here. They sat 3 early as Daisy River and Hughes. They cut it 28-3, half 58, 130. Amber made her move around the last turn. She's going to get up to nail it here in deep stretch. Nice trip here, 2 minutes, 2/5, right to her record. She gets it done here again for her 4th win on the campaign from just 12 starts. She's putting together a real nice season and continues to build on that bankroll, which now pushes her almost to 12,000. Great race here for Along for the Ride and Campbell. They get it done in the 6th at Red Shores.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials do have an inquiry launched here in race number 6. Inquiry underway involving the 2 breaks on the 4, Hall of a Ride. Here comes Along for the Ride into the 6th race winner's circle. Trotting Bay Filly 3 by Merchandiser from the Angus Hall Dam. Jewel Air, owned by Ambrose Label of Morel, trained by Brian McPhee. Amber Campbell's in the driver's seat to win with the filly, trotting right to her record of 2 minutes and 2/5. Along for the Ride in the 6th. Results of the 6th race judges' inquiry, no violations. Here's the official results now in the 6th. Along for the ride, the winner, Libero, was 6th. Tequila Tuesday, 5th. Hall of a Ride, 3rd. Daisy River was 2nd. Magian Tango, 4th. They went 28 and 3, 58, 130, and the mile 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, 165, 324. Along for the ride, paid $640. The exactor $23.60, triactor $61, and the superfecta was $10.70.
Here's a look at the photo for 4th there in that last race. It was a tight photo with Magian Tango getting up for 4th. Meal and Deal is back for September at Red's Gold Cup Lounge. Beef tenderloin, bacon wrapped scallops, and dessert, 4:30 p.m. until 7 p.m. Fridays in September at Red's Gold Cup Lounge. It's $19.95 plus tax and rewards. Members get $10 in free play or match play. Seventh race on track next, and there's a look at our selections for the upcoming 7th race. I'm going to go with a 1-6, like say 1-6-3, 1-6-5 for the classifier's choice. Post break coming next.
Singing Ramona leading the 7th race on parade, owned by Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie is the trainer. Adam Werner drives. Heather's Pet 2, Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown, owns, trains, and drives. 3 is Steal Me a Treasure, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. Mark Campbell drives. A Little Sunshine 4 is owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Hal Smith of Pondell. Trained by Tom Weatherby. Mark Bradley up. One of Them Girls 5 is owned by Walter Chevry and Douglas Olton. Walter training and driving. Roses for Jenny 6, owned by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the broadcast desk for Kurt Hughes and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. In race 1 tonight, it was Stone Cold Girl and Mark Bradley. They're going to go the distance here. They had post 2. They got to the front, and they had a lot of pressure from the 4 next in line in Hughes, but they're going to fend off the challenge there on the outside, and they're going to dig in late and get it done here in 2:01. It was a maiden breaking victory for Stone Cold Girl. That 2:43 try paid an incredible 6:44.10, and Mark Bradley notched win 9.98. I mentioned 9.97 earlier in the card, but it was win 9.98 for Bradley. And then in race 2 tonight, it was the 6, Professor Gordon and Kenny Murphy. They minded their manners. They got right to the front end, and they bottomed out the field there in race 2, getting it done in 2:02 and 4. And it was another nice triactor pay In race 2, the 632 ticket paid $419.80. In race 3 tonight, it was the 3 Maggie's Delight and Corey McPherson. They crossed over early before the turn. They got to the front and controlled things down to the half, 57-3. Nice trip tonight, 156-3, and it was a new career best for Maggie's Delight as they got it done. 351 ticket paid, 80-20. In race 4 tonight, it was the Brian Andrew Memorial 2-year-old trot purse, 20,200. A little different tactics this week for the 5 Irish Ray. They had to do it from off the pace as there was a speed duel early between Camco Aaron and Getting Salty, but Irish Ray does it from off the pace. He reaches up and gets it done for win number 8. He remains perfect in that 514 ticket paid $17. In race 5 tonight, it was the 3 Ors Terra at 1-9, cutting it out for burial, but it was the pocket sitter Red Dirt, Love and Life, and Myrner going to reach up in final strides to nail it on the line. Nice trip, 157-2 for Red Dirt, Love and Life, and Myrner in the 432 ticket, paid $62.10. And then we just watched in race 6, Daisy River cut it here for the Blue Knight, 28-3, half 58-130. And along for the ride sat 3 early. They made their move in the final quarter, and it was the right move for Campbell as they reach up in deep stretch to nail it on the line. They get it done along for the ride, 2 minutes, 2/5, and the 154 ticket paid $61. And that's a look at the first 6 here in the books. The race day recap is presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, now we're kicking off the back half of the program here tonight to race 7 on track, and we're going to kick it off with the 1 here. I like the 1 to win this race. Singing Ramona, a 2-year-old filly by Sports Writer. Adam Myrner's going to do the driving for trainer and co-owner Jamie Smith. He co-owns along with Sock McDonald of Charlottetown. Just missed last time out in a PEI cold stake there. They cut it all out. Just get collared late by It's Up to You there. Race time to 157-2. A nice win. 2 back in the Milt Downey and EPR 159 flat. This 2-year-old filly has 4 wins, 2 seconds, and a third from just 7 starts. Already over 15,000 made. She's having a terrific freshman campaign, and I think she's going to get the job done in here. Real good looking filly on the track too, parading by the grandstand there. 1-4 currently. Here's another filly putting together a real nice sophomore campaign. This is a 3-year-old filly by Peng Shui named Roses for Jenny, owned by Alan McDonald of Biddeford PEI. Jason Hughes, the trainer and driver. 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 3/3 from 17 starts, over 10,000 made. A real nice effort there. 2 back, 57-2, finishing 4th, and a nice effort 4 back, winning right down the road, 57-2 from the rail. Post 6 here tonight. She's going to have to deploy different tactics here tonight, maybe off the pace, but she can handle that. As you can see on her lines there, she had post 7, 3 back, and rallied to be 4th on that day. Pretty nice trip. So Roses for Jenny, I like her for 2nd on my ticket, and she is currently 9-2. And now we're getting a look at the 2 Heather's Pet, Neil Bambrick, the breeder, owner, trainer, and driver. Neil was in the seat last time out for this filly's first lifetime win. She got it done in 2:02.2 right on the front end. She has great gate speed. She has 1 win, 7 seconds, and 3/3. That's 11 for 17 in the top 3 with that win last week. And so Heather's Pet, a great starting spot here tonight. I think she's going to get a good trip up close to the lead, and I think if Neil keeps her covered up, she can get the show going here. That's the way I see it shaking out here in the 7th. I'm going to go 1-6-2. Filly mares lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 7th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Singing Ramona, Heather's Pet, Steal Me a Treasure, A Little Sunshine, One of Them Girls, Roses for Jenny's outside, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Heather's Pet leaves out Steal Me a Treasure, Singing Ramona along the rail, will guard the cones into the turn. Getting away fourth on the outside, A Little Sunshine, One of Them Girls is fifth, then the trailer is Roses for Jenny. So they arrive at the 8th pole, and on the lead, Singing Ramona for Adam Murner. Heather's Pet tucked away with a 2-hole ride. Steal Me a Treasure has third. Racing from fourth on the cones, A Little Sunshine. One of Them Girls fifth, trailing the field, Roses for Jenny. They're in programmed order on by that opening quarter, led by Singing Ramona. 29 and 3 open it up. Here's early movement now. Campbell right lines. Steal Me a Treasure coming to the outside for second. In the pocket third. That's Heather's Pet. Gapping in fourth, that is A Little Sunshine. One of Them Girls fifth, and trailing the field is Roses for Jenny. They're halfway home, Singing Ramona getting them there. Steal Me a Treasure up and after the leader. Third up the rail is Heather's Pet, well gapped out fourth. That's A Little Sunshine. One of Them Girls on the outside fifth, trailing the field, Roses for Jenny, 58 and 2 for an opening half mile. To the backstretch they go, led by Singing Ramona. On the outside second, Steal Me a Treasure. Third up the rail, Heather's Pet. One of Them Girls is on to take over fourth. Fifth is Roses for Jenny. Now the trailer, A Little Sunshine. 3/4 in 1, 28 and 1 as they round the turn for the final time. Arriving at the 7-8, Singing Ramona getting them there. Second, that is Steal Me a Treasure. One of Them Girls is taking over third. Heather's Pet fourth. Down the stretch, arriving at the wire, Singing Ramona all the way from Murner. Steal Me a Treasure was second. Up for third, One of Them Girls. 1:56.3.
Well, this filly just continues to impress me, and Singing Ramona and Murner using the rail to their advantage here as we get a look at that universal slow-mo, and they cut it here tonight. Steal Me a Treasure and Campbell, they made their move early. They committed early, but Singing Ramona going to leave her on the outside. She cuts at 29 and 3, half 58 and 2, 128 and 1. A nice closing quarter, 28 and 2. Murner sitting chilly down the lane here. He knows he's got it won, and he gets it done, 56 and 3. And that is a new pacing record for this talented filly by Sports Writer. She gets it done here in the 7th. And a real nice effort from Steel Me a Treasure and Campbell. They were outside a long way. They get the deuce with one of them girls and Chevery completing the triactor in here. In race 7, it was Singing Ramona going right down the road for Murner. Nice trip, 56-3.
Singing Ramona into the 7th race winner's circle by pacing filly 2. She's by Sports Rider from the Western Ideal Dam, Gilbert Hanover. A homebred of Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith. Adam Murner had her on top at every call, and she's never been better than she was tonight here in Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record of 156-3. Singing Ramona doubles up Adam Murner in the 7th. Here's the official results in the 7th. Singing Ramona the winner, Heather's Pet 4th. Steal Me a Treasure was 2nd. A Little Sunshine 6th. One of Them Girls 3rd. Roses for Jenny was 5th. They went 29-3, 58-2. 128-1. And the mile 156-3. In review, it's 142, 635. Singing Ramona paid 210. The exactor 520, triactor 1440, and the superfecta was 466.
Red Shores is now featured in 9 PEI hotels for the 2022 season. Guests receive a promotional play package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our rewards club. And hotels include the Home and Grand, Holiday Inn, Prince, Delta Prince Edward, and more. Okay, there's a look at the selections for the upcoming 8th race. I'm going to go with a 4-1-5 post time pick selects 1-4-5 classifier's choice going 5-1-4. There's a look at the photo for fourth there in race 7. It was Heather's Pet over Roses for Jenny. Tight photo there in the 7th.
Open trotters for the 8th race on the track. Number 1, Freddy, owned by 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston. Mark Campbell, training and driving. Headline Howie 2 is owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 3 is Charlotte K, owned by Jacinta Campbell, Kent McDonald, and Bernard McDonald, trained by Mark Campbell. Brody McPhee catch drives. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica wears number 4, owned by Jennifer Doyle, and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Jason Hughes drives. 5 is Mile Hill Willie, owned by John Bro, Shediac Cape, and Paul Morrison of Cardigan, trained by Paul Morrison, driven by Jills Burial. 6 is Windermere Don't You Worry, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Lloyd Hanna, Corey McPherson. 5 minutes wagering time in race number 8. For race replays, additional chart lines, and more, go to Redshores.ca.
Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend kicks off on October 7th with the Atlantic Classic yearling sale at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Start time is 2 p.m. And then, Consolation Saturday followed by Championship Sunday. It's going to be a great weekend. That all takes place on October 7th, 8th, and 9th. Don't miss it. Open trotters on track here at Red Shores and just down at Delaware, Ohio. By the Missile won the Little Brown Jug in 151 and 1 for Chris Page and trainer Ron Burr. So By the Missile got it done in the Little Brown Jug in Delaware, Ohio. Open trotters are on track here in race 8. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica is my top pick. Jason Hughes going to do the driving tonight for trainer Jennifer Doyle. She co-owns along with Danny Burt. Back-to-back wins for Jessie, Jess, or Jessica in her last 2 starts. 58 and 3, 2 back, and then 59 last time out. Both starts for David Dowling. Hughes gets a live mount in here. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica right now at even money. Okay, these connections, a big win in race 4 in case you missed it with Irish Ray earlier on the card during the Brian Andrew Memorial there. Purse 20,000. Irish Ray got it done there, and they got a good shot at getting it done here. The 3 Wiseman Stable are the owners. Freddie is his name, and he's got 80 career victories for trainer driver Mark Campbell. 3rd place, second in his latest, 58 and 4. Second prior to that, 58 and 3, 201 and 2, knocking on the door again, 3 back. So it's been 3 starts since this guy's got a win, so he's overdue. He's got a good shot in here from the rail. Freddie, 2-1. Okay, another one with a real good shot in here is the 5 Mile Hill Willie. What a deep bunch of trotters here in this open trot in race 8. Mile Hill Willie got it done last time out, 58 and 2, and then they were winner 4 back there in 59 and 2. Both wins came at that 13.51 level. But if you look even further down, a winner at the Open in 58 and 4. So Mile Hill Willie seeming to steady himself here with the half trotting hobbles back on. He's going to be a major threat in here at 3-1.
The 2022 Atlantic Classic.
Open trotters lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 8th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
And Kurt, whatever the wind speed was when we opened it up tonight, you can triple that. We've got a gale blowing over here at the driving park, and here's the open trotters lining up. Freddie, Headline Howie, Charlotte K, Jesse, Jesser, Jessica, Mile Hill Willie, Windermere, Don't You Worry, top of the stretch. Here they come. And oh, Away they go. Up and trotting. Mile Hill Willie is leaving out. Jesse, Jess, or Jessica, and Freddie guarding the rail to the turn. Headline Howie got away for. Charlie K is fifth, and the trailer, Windermere, don't you worry, as they trot round the turn, and on the lead, that's Freddie, in line to Mark Campbell. Racing from second, Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. Mile Hill Willie took the seat third. Headline Howie races fourth. Charlie K in fifth, trailing sixth. Windermere, don't you worry, on by the opening station, and a fired-up Freddie leads it from Mark Campbell, 29 and 2 the quarter. Jesse, Jess, or Jessica gets the two-hole ride, alone in third. Mile Hill Willie trotting fourth is Headline Howie, Charlie K fifth. Trailing the field, Windermere, don't you worry, the opening half mile comes next, and Freddie will get them there. Racing from second, Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. Mile Hill Willie trots up third, Headline Howie fourth. 50 Charlie K, and Windermere, don't you worry, the trailer 59 and 4 for a half a mile. Still nobody makes a move. They're in straight alignments at the 5/8, led by Freddie. Getting that two-hole ride is Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. There goes Mile Hill Willie, trotting outside of third. Headline Howie fourth. Windermere, don't you worry, moving up fifth. Now the trailer, Charlie K, 3/4 racing there, and they're led by Freddie on the outside and at his wheel. Mile Hill Willie in the pocket. Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. Windermere, don't you worry, has joined the leaders fourth. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2. They're homeward bound. Freddie the leader. Mile Hill Willie on the outside. Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. 3 of them on the line. Mile Hill Willie and Berrio will need a place picture. Time for the mile, 1:59.2.
Well, not much separates these three trotters. They were the class of the field, and they got away 1, 2, 3 as Freddie wanted to cut it. He got around that first turn really well here tonight. He usually struggles a bit on the turns, but Campbell was able to get him around that first turn really well here tonight, and he was able to cut it 29 and 2, 59 and 4, 130 and 2. They really got the fractions they wanted, but out of the three-hole came Berrio and Mile Hill Willie. They grinded it out around the last turn, and they're going to reach up here in deep stretch and get it done. Nice trip, closing it out 29 flat. Nice trip, 159 and 2. And up the rail, looks like Jesse, Jess, or Jessica and Hughes, they're going to get up and maybe nail the place spot in here, but it's a tight place photo. We'll wait to see the results of that photo, but it's Mile Hill Willie getting it done here in the open trot here at Red Shores.
Mile Hill Willie arriving at the 8th race winner's circle, trotting Chestnut Stallion 6 by Armbro Barrister off the Mr. Victim Pumpkin Doodles, owned by John Bro, Shediac Cape, New Brunswick, and Paul Morrison of Cardigan. Paul does the training. Jills Berrio's in the driver's seat. Time of the mile to 1:59 and 2. Mile Hill Willie in the open trot at Charlottetown. Here's the official results now in race 8. Freddie finished 3rd. Headline Howie 6th. Charlie K 5th. Jesse Jessica was 2nd. Mile Hill Willie, the race winner. Windermere Don't You Worry was 4th. They went 29 and 2, 59 and 4, 130 and 2, and the mile 159 and 2. In review, it's 365, 214. Mile Hill Willie 610. The exactor 1130, triactor 1750, superfecta 840.
Tight place photo there in race 8. Want to tell you about Red Hot Trivia. It's at Red Shores Summerside Saturdays in the West End Bar and Grill in the evening. Is hosted by Will and Tony every Saturday at 8:30 p.m. for Red Hot Trivia. Complete details are at Redshores.ca. I'm going to slide in the picks here for race 9. I'm going to go with a 7.62. Post time picks looks at 6.71 along with classifiers choice. They like a 6.71 as well. Post break for the 9th coming up next.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets tonight, valued at $464. Winning number will be Z1752435. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $464, Z1752435. Good luck. The ninth race enters the track on Post Parade. Mrs. Dragonfire number 1, owned by Reg Ferguson and Wayne McDonald. Reg is the trainer. Jill's Barrio drives. Dancers Pass 2 is owned by John McKenzie of Springvale. Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. Philip is the trainer. Jason Hughes. Southern Heart number 3 is owned by Umber Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta. Jackie Cooper of Stratford. Trained by Gordy Ford. Brody McPhee driving. I Can Do It 4 is owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown. Trained by Keith Ford. Tonight, Corey McPherson. 5 is Evening Maelstrom, home by Dr. Mary McNiven of 9 Mile Creek. Trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 6 Stealing Bases, owned by Jack Matheson from Charlottetown. Trained by Gordy Ford. Mark Campbell. Elm Grove Penny number 7, owned by Luke Burke of Marshfield. Trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. 3 minutes wagering time in the ninth. This is Race Day live from Red Shores, Atlantic Canada's entertainment destination. Next stop on the Atlantic Invitational Series is the Richard Campbell Memorial. It's Saturday, October 1st.
Okay, class droppers are the theme of my ticket here in race 9, and on top of my ticket, I'm going to go with the 7 Elm Grove Penny. Adam Murner is going to do the driving for trainer Melissa Rennie and owner Luke Burke of Marshfield. As I mentioned, class dropping last race at the 1,051 level last week from post 6. Finished 6, only beaten 2 1/4 though. Race time to 59 and 1 post 7. The week prior to that, and race time to 58 and 4. Nice qualifier there where Elm Grove Penny wired the field there in 57 and 2, 28 flat. Closed it out. Now down here at the 401 level, even though she is post 7 here tonight. I think she is the best mare in the field, and she's good price right now at 5-1. Another class dropper with a real good shot. She could be the best as well. It's the 6 Stealing Bases. Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, the owner. Gordy Ford, the trainer. Mark Campbell going to do the driving. If you look down the lines, in her debut here in the Filly Mare Preferred 3, third, paced her mile in 54 and 3. She followed that up again with a third in the Preferred 3 for Jason Hughes, 55 and 3, 28 and 3, closing quarter. But since then, she's kind of tailed off. In her last start, she ended up 8 by 11 and a quarter, 2 minutes flat. She paced her mile in. So we'll look for Campbell to get her back racing as she did 5 back there and 6 back where she was really good coming here to the island. So we're hoping the drop in class is the cure for Stealing Bases right now, 6-5. A lot of good options in here for third on your ticket. Mrs. Dragonfire on the rail with Barrio. She's got a good shot at finishing third in here as well. Also, Evening Maelstrom and Kenny Murphy, they get a good shot from post 5. But I elected to go with the 2 Dancers Pass just on the class drop. Jason Hughes going to do the driving. Nice effort there. 4th, 2 back, 59 and 1, and then 6th, beaten 2.5. 2 minutes 1/5 was the mile in that day. Got away 7 by 10, and that was at that non-winners at 9-11. So back down here to the 401s, this mare has been racing pretty consistently up around that non-winners 1,051 for the last number of years. And so down at this level from post 2, I think she could hit the ticket here, 7-2. Philly Mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's ninth race. Let's send it back over to Vance Cameron.
Mrs. Dragonfire, Dancer's Pass, Southern Heart, I Can Do It. Evening Maelstrom, Stealing Bases, Elm Grove Penny, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Evening Maelstrom leaving on the rail, Mrs. Dragonfire, third into the turn, Dancer's Pass, Stealing Bases, wide fourth, in fifth is Elm Grove Penny, Southern Heart sixth, and I Can Do It trails seventh, as they arrive at the eighth pole, Evening Maelstrom clears the lead for Kenny Murphy, racing from second, Mrs. Dragonfire, Stealing Bases, keeps coming here on the outside, third. Racing for Dancer's Pass, Elm Grove Penny now fifth, Southern Heart sixth. Trailing seventh, that's I Can Do It, 28-1. A lively opener, and Stealing Bases clears the lead, but it took her to the 3/8 pole to do it with Campbell. Second is Evening Maelstrom, Mrs. Dragonfire third. Dancer's Pass fourth. There goes Elm Grove Penny underway fifth. Then in sixth is Southern Heart. I Can Do It is seventh. They're halfway home, led by Stealing Bases. Up and after the leader is Elm Grove Penny second. Now in the pocket third is Evening Maelstrom. 57-3 for a half a mile. Rounding the paddock turn, going to the 5/8. Elm Grove Penny drives up to take over the lead. Stealing Bases now second. Third on the outside, Dancer's Pass. On the rail, fourth is Evening Maelstrom. Mrs. Dragonfire fifth. Outside sixth is Southern Heart. Trailing at the rail seventh. I Can Do It. They're on by the three-quarters. Elm Grove Penny cleared the lead late for Murner. Three-quarters up in 1:28-1 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Elm Grove Penny turning home. Stealing Bases is second. Evening Maelstrom third. Deep in the stretch now. Elm Grove Penny, Stealing Bases. Way wide, here's I Can Do It. Elm Grove Penny will triple up at a Murder. I Can Do It rallied second. Third, that's Evening Maelstrom in 1:59 flat.
Well, I like this mare to get it done here tonight, and she does on the class drop. Elm Grove Penny and Adam Murner, they had post 7, but to the inside there was another class dropper in Stealing Bases and Campbell. Campbell had the inside, so he had the inside edge to make his way to the front. He got there and he cut it out 28-1, 57-3, 128-1. Murner had to go to plan B, and they tried it from off the pace, and they come first up. They grind it out on the outside. They clear up the backstretch. And down the lane here, she's going to win. She's got a few lengths in hand, and she gets it done. Nice trip. 159 for Elm Grove Penny here in the ninth.
Elm Grove Penny moving into the ninth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing mare, she's 4 by Stonebridge Terror from the Estrellas Dam, Emberley. Owned by Luke Burke of Marshfield, trained by Melissa Rennie. Alan Murner's third winner tonight as he triples up. Time for the mile in 1:59. Elm Grove Penny in the ninth.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results in the ninth. Mrs. Dragonfire was 5th. Dancer's Fast 6th. Southern Heart 7th. I Can Do It 2nd. Evening Maelstrom 3rd. Stealing Bases was 4th. Elm Grove Penny, the race winner, 28-1. 57-3. 128-1. And the mile 159. In review, it's 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 1. Elm Grove Penny paid $660. Exactor $70.30. Triactor $881.30. Superfecta carryover.
Get the latest edition of the Atlantic Post Calls. Atlantic Post Calls covers harness racing in Atlantic Canada and features some great stories from contributors Dr. Don Lang, myself, Rocky Skirman, Shannon Sugar Doyle, and others. And you can pick up your copy of the Atlantic Post Calls right here at Red Shores and other island locations.
Philly 47 on the 10th race post parade is owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Almac Plays 2 is owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle Myers is the trainer. Corey McPherson drives. She's in the Moment 3 is owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Cecil Villard, trained by Tom Weatherby, Mark Bradley. Topville Angelina number 4 is owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Gene Smallman, trained by Gordy Ford, Gilles Barrio. 5 is Woodmere Roll Lily, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, and Stephen McDonald, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner. Traces of Purple number 6 is owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Belfast, driven by Kenny Murphy. Only 3 minutes wagering time on the 10th. The Atlantic Classic yearling sale is set for Friday, October 7th at 2 p.m. at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds.
The 2022 Atlantic Classic yearling sale will be held at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds on Friday, October 7th at 2 p.m. Good luck to all the consigners and buyers participating in the Atlantic Classic sale. The search for your next champion starts here.
Okay, out onto the track we go here for race 10. Just 2 minutes to post here before race 10. We mentioned it earlier in the card. Driver Mark Bradley now sitting at 998 after that win early in the card with Stone Cold Girl, and he's got a good shot at getting win 999 here, which she's in the Moment. She's a real nice now 4-year-old mare by Control of the Moment. Third last time out in 57-1 for trainer Tom Weatherby and owners Blair and Carl Hansen and Isaac Skierman, along with Cecil Blair. They are the owners. Second, 2 back in 56-2. And how about that win by a neck down there, 56-1. She had broken equipment on that day, and she got it done. Nice trip, 29 flat in that preferred 3 level. And so she's been racing so good lately, and now with the drop in class here to the non-winners of 1561, I'm putting her on top of my ticket, even money currently. Okay, there's a look. Matinee Racing. Experience the excitement of grassroots racing. September 25th, the finals in Charlottetown, and then September 26th, the finals in Summerside. So for more information available at peiharnessracing.ca. At Philly 47, owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood. This mare is now 8 years old by proven lover, trainer, driver Mark Campbell in the seat tonight. They were in the seat 3 back. A win right on the front end, 56 flat. Second by a neck after that, 57-1. And then a first overbid last week, finishing 5th at the preferred 3 level. Only beaten 3 and change, though, in 57-4. Just 2 wins from 15 starts. This mare, quite a career for Campbell, 45 lifetime wins. She's got a real good shot in here from the rail. They're going to get away up close, and they could also be super tough to beat, and the bettors are letting you know that, as she is 3-2. All right, we're getting close here in race 10. We're kicking off the late pick 4 in here as well. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor wagering a lot of way the plays of the horses here in the 10th. And here's a look at the 4, Topville Angelina. Nice acquisition by Jody Lynn Matheson. Stefan Boudreau and Gene Smallman's mare is now 6 years old by American Ideal. A good second and 57 and 1 last time out for Gilles Barrio. Barrio in the bike tonight for trainer Gordy Ford. And a pretty nice trip there, 3 back, second and 54 and 3 for Campbell. At that non-winners at 21.01. So dropped down last week, up a little bit here this week, but she's still got a good shot from post 4, 5-1. Really talented group here, going to battle in race 10 as the Philly Mares line up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the 10th. Back over to Vance Cameron for the call.
Philly 47. Hamac plays. She's in the moment. Topfield Angelina. Woodmere Roll Lily. Traces of Purple. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Woodmere Roll Lily and Philly 47 are leaving out. Third into the turn is Hamac Plays. Away fourth, she's in the moment. That is Topville Angelina fifth. Then the trailer is Traces of Purple. So to the backstretch they go. Philly 47 in line to mark. Campbell shows the way. Second is Woodmere Roll Lily. They're rolling along in the early going. Then in third at the rail is Hamac Plays. Racing from fourth. She's in the moment. Topville Angelina fifth. Trailing the field. Traces of Purple 28 and 1 open this one up. They're midway around the turn, approaching the 3/8. Philly 47 is the leader. Woodmere Roll Lily out of the turn second. Third is Hamac Plays. Fourth, she's in the moment. Back into fifth is Topville Angelina. And trailing sixth, that is Traces of Purple. They're halfway home here in the 10th with Philly 47, the midway point leader. Woodmere Roll Lily is second. 56 and 3 for that opening half mile. 28 and 2 in the second panel with 3/8 to go. Philly 47 leads them to 3/4. Second along the rail. That is Woodmere Roll Lily. She's in the moment. Comes up to take over third. Fourth on the rail is Hamac Plays. Topville Angelina. On the outside, the trailer. Traces of Purple. 3/4 goes to Philly 47 in 1:26 and 1. Woodmere Roll Lily is second. She's in the moment on the outside third. And they turn for home, led by Philly 47. Woodmere Roll Lily up at the rail second. On the outside, she's in the moment third. Philly 47 goes all the way for Mark Campbell. Woodmere Roll Lily was second. She's in the moment third. Good trip. 1:55.3.
Well, I thought she'd be cutting it here tonight from the rail. Philly 47. They did it 3 back. They were winners. Tonight, Campbell pushes out from the rail, cuts it 28 and 1, keeps on rolling 56 and 3. 126 and 1, she's in the moment, and Bradley tried their luck first up, but I knew around the last turn when they could not make up any ground on Philly 47, she kind of struggles on the turns a bit. If they couldn't make up ground on the turn, they're definitely not going to beat her down the lane, because once she straightens back out, she is tough to beat down the stretch. She gets it done here in the 10th. Nice mile. 1:55 and 3 for Philly 47 here in the 10th.
Here comes filly 47 to the 10th race winner's circle, pacing brown mare 8 by Proven Lover from the Mark Jonathan Dam. This marks a lady on by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Time of the mile at 1:55 and 3. Filly 47 in the 10th. Now the official results in the 10th. Filly 47, the winner. Halmack Blaze, 5th. She's in the moment, 3rd. Topville Angelina, 4th. Woodmere Roll Lily was 2nd. Traces of Purple, 6th. 28 and 1. 56 and 3. 126 and 1. And the mile 155 and 3. In review, 153, 426. Filly 47 paid 420. The exactor 24.10, triactor 43.90, and the superfecta 13.46.
Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, and the casino gaming floors, and any new announcements from our Red Shores official platforms. Race 11 coming up next, 6 minutes to post. I'm going to go with a 1-2-3 in here. Post time picks, like say 1-3-7. Classifier's choices 1-3-4. Post break coming up next.
Miss Sangria on the 11th race post parade is owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Ronnie Gaz and driven by Corey McPherson. Elm Grove Misty 2, Dave Kelly training and driving for owner Charlene Cipher of Springvale. 3 Arc Light, owned by Crossroads Racing Stable of Stratford. Mark Campbell trains and drives. That's Mia Vad 4, is owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie, trained by Jay Noy, Brody McPhee. 5 is Outrageous Spirit, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove and Kevin Peters of Emmyvale, trained by Kevin Peters. Adam Murner drives. Fluentosity 6, owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow of Cornwall. Blaine trains and drives. Acroturi 7 is owned by David Ken of North Rustico, trained by Kenny Arsenal. Mike McGuigan. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Time now for 60 seconds or less with Peter McPhee.
Now time for 60 seconds or less with Peter McPhee.
Today we have Walter Chevrolet. Walter, here we go. Name your favorite professional sports team.
I'll have to be the Yankees.
And what's the one sporting event you'd like to see in person?
I'll have to be opening day in the Bronx. Yep.
What's your favorite movie of all time?
Oh, I don't know. That's a tough question. There's a lot of good ones, but Silence of the Lambs is...
And what about an actor or an actress favorite of all time?
Oh, Jack Nicholson for sure.
And your favorite singer or band?
Oh, you'd have to go with Jim Morrison, The Doors.
And where is your favorite holiday destination, Walter?
Taiwan's a real nice place. Been there a couple of times. I go back there and live in the winter, maybe.
And would you rather call a race, announce a race, or guest host as a racing analyst on race day? What would you like to do?
I wouldn't mind call a race.
Give us 3 people you'd like to have dinner with.
I'd have dinner with you, Peter.
Anybody else?
Well, yeah, anybody that's buying.
Thanks for watching 60 seconds or less.
Two of my favorite guys, Peter McPhee and Walter Chevrolet, there doing the 60 seconds or less. Thanks to Walter for doing that. And a great line there at the end. Who'd you want to have dinner with? Anybody who's buying. Good stuff. And so we're back on track here in race 11, just 2 minutes away from post time. I'm going to go with Miss Sangria, now 10 years old by Royal Majesty, 37 lifetime wins. She's oozes class, and at this level, she's super tough to beat, especially from the rail. If you look at her last start, she had post 7, and she rallied to be second in 2 minutes, 2/5 for owner Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trainer Ronnie Gass, and driver Corey McPherson. Third prior to that, 58 and 2. That was at the 401 level, so bumping up in class in here with the rail. I think that's going to give her the edge here tonight. Currently 2-1. Okay, for second on my ticket, long odds right now, that is the 2 Elm Grove Misty, owned by Charlene Cipher of Springvale. PEI, Dave Kelly, the trainer and driver. This is another mare. She's a little shy in the win column, but hitting the board, she has no issues with. 10 for 24 this year in the top 3, still looking for win number 1. Fourth last time out, 2 minutes, 1/5. Tried her luck first up at that 9. Non-winners of 9-11 last 5, so non-winners 8:51 here tonight. With post 2, I think Elm Grove Misty is going to get up spotted close to the lead, and I can see her being part of this triactor ticket. Currently 10-1. Okay, we're getting close to post time here in race 11. There is the current chalk favorite right now on the board. That is the 3 Arc Light, owned by Crossroads Racing Stable of Stratford. This mare is now 6 years old by Cam Mystic, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. They got the win last week, dropping down to the 401s. 2 minutes, 1/5 from post 6. It was a gutsy first over effort, but this mare has lost some speed over the last season. And if you look down her line, 7th, 7th, 8th prior to that, back 11 lengths 2 weeks ago, and then back 13. So hopefully that win last week kind of catapults her confidence here and can get her on the board here tonight. She's bumping back up in class to the 851s. Post 3, big question mark on this mare right now. If she was at herself, I would definitely be putting her on top of my ticket. Based off those last few lines, I'm just going to put her for 3rd on my ticket. Currently, right now, the bettor's choice at 1-2. Filly mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 11th race. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Miss Sangria, Elm Grove Misty, Arc Light. That's Me a Bad, Outrageous Spirit, Fluentosity, Acroturi, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Outrageous Spirit with that great gate speed right to the front. Second into the turn is Miss Sangria to get away. Third is Elm Grove Misty on the turn. Fourth, that is Arc Light. Racing fifth, that's Me a Bad. Then 6 is Fluentosity, and the trailer, Acroturi. We've got early movement here. McPherson has popped the 2-hole and sending Miss Sangria onto the lead. Outrageous Spirit would not take her on, is settled up for the 2-hole ride. Off the leaders, third is Elm Grove Misty. Fourth on the turn is Arc Light. That's Me a Bad, fifth. Fluentosity 6, Acroturi 7, 28 and 3 was the opening quarter. As they move off the turn and they straighten down the stretch, they have the half mile in their sights. Miss Sangria is the leader. Second, that is Outrageous Spirit. There goes Arc Light underway in the outside third. Following her out fourth, that's Me a Bad. Elm Grove Misty in fifth. Acroturi has moved up 6. And now the trailer is Fluentosity at the midway point. On the lead now, Arc Light sailed right onto the front from Mark Campbell. 59 and 2 was the half. Miss Sangria now second, Outrageous Spirit third. That's Me a Bad on the outside fourth. On the cones fifth is Elm Grove Misty. Acroturi on the outside 6, trailing the field. Fluentosity. Arc Light clear by 3 with the 3/4 in the books now. Miss Sangria is second, Outrageous Spirit third. 3/4 tripped in 1:28 until approaching the 7/8. Arc Light is clear by 4. Miss Sangria second, Outrageous Spirit third. That's Me a Bad fourth. Down the stretch they come. Arc Light will win this one in line to Mark Campbell. It's Arc Light all alone at the finish. Gonna be tight for the deuce. That's Me a Bad up against Acroturi in 1:50. 8 and 1.
Much better effort tonight from Arc Light as Campbell took his time off the wings, got away mid-pack. Miss Sangria wanted to cut it. They got to the lead 28 and 3, half 59 and 2. McPherson was getting a breather in, and that's when Campbell and Arc Light pounced, and they got to the front there before that 5/8 turn, and that was the winning move as they didn't look back after that. 128 and 2 to the 3/4. They closed it out in 29 and 4 for a nice mile here tonight. 158 and 1. Campbell and Arc Light go back to back in as many weeks. They get it done here tonight. Good effort. 58 and 1. Arc Light wins the 11th here at Red Shores.
Mark Campbell just picked up his third winner on the night for the triple, and they've all come from his own barn, so he'll triple up on the training side. This time it's Arc Light, pacing Brown Mare 6 by Comistic from the Ponderosa Dam, Red Star Ashley, owned by Crossroads Racing, stable of Stratford. Mark Campbell trains and drives the mile 158, and one for the mare. That's her 30th lifetime victory. Arc Light and the Campbell Triple in the 11th.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. The top tier of Atlantic Canadian stallions have their hooves planted firmly at Windermere Farms in Springvale, PEI. When breeding an Atlantic Canadian champion, look no further than Malicious, Legion of Honor, Source of Pride, and Somewhere Fancy. Go to windermerefarbspei.weebly.com for more information.
Here's the official results in the 11th. Miss Sangria 4th, Elm Grove Misty 6th. Arc Light the race winner. That's Me a Bad 2nd. Outrageous Spirit 5th. Fluentosity was 7th. Acro Turi finished 3rd. 28 and 3. 59 and 2. 128 and 2. And the mile 158 and 1. In review 461. 2573. Arc Light paid $290. The Exactor $12.80, Triactor $97.50, and the Superfecta was $27.66.
Great photo for place there in that 11th race between the 4, That's Me a Bad, and Brody McPhee, and the 7, Akrateria and Mike McGuigan, and Brody getting his nose on the line and first there for place as Arc Light got the job done in the 11th. And the Top of the Park restaurant will be offering a new and exciting lineup of special events called Park After Dark, which include comedy nights, live performances, dinner presentations, and more. Stay up to date on these special events at Redshores.ca or follow us on our social media platforms. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination.
On the 12th race post-parade, number 1 is Elm Grove Mistress, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird at Vernon Bridge. Jennifer is the trainer, Jason Hughes driving. I'll Tell Me Ma, 2, is owned by Scott Dunn of Montague, trained by Colin Johnson, Jill's Burial. 3, Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown. Melissa Rennie does the training. Adam Murner drives. 4, Better Than Men, owned by Better Than Expected Stable of Mermaid. Todd Walsh, the trainer. Tonight, Mark Bradley. 5, Atlantic Star, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford. Trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. 6, JM Sports Fan, owned by John Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Wayne McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepard drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12. And Kurt, once again, you and I are coming up with our selections in the 12th race tonight. Got to go to the hot mare, and that's off of the rail, Elm Grove Mistress, as we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. Elm Grove Mistress, the 9-time winner this year, and she picked up a new record of 54-4 earlier on in the meet as you look at the bottom of the program. I like the 5, Atlantic Star, for the deuce. I'll move to 3, Miss Moyes, for the third place finish. And top off my super, I'll throw in the 6, JM Sports Fan. It's quite a competitive group of 6 in here, Kurt. I'm going 1, 5, 3, 6. Over to you and your choices.
Well, I backed Elm Grove Mistress and my brother last week, Vance, from the rail, but tonight I'm going to go with my cousin on the outside of the gate, Steve Shepard, and JM Sports Fan. This mare has been racing great for them all summer. She has 3 wins from 16 starts, and a nice mark there, 53-3 taken there. You can see down the line she had the rail, and she wired the field on that night. She's been a good mare all summer, so I like her on top. I'm going to go to Elm Grove Mistress for second, and my brother, the Blue Knight. They've been reeling off wins left and right here in the last 3 weeks, so I like her for second, and I like Ms. Moyes and Murner for third. So I'm going with a 6-1-3 in here. Okay, down to 2 to go here before race 12, our feature, Filly Mare Preferred 2. And Elm Grove Mistress right now the better's choice after reeling off 3 in a row, 3-5, currently 16, now 15-1 on Altel Mima. She was a winner in her latest for Barrio, 57-4, making the jump up in class. So got a tall task ahead of them to win this race. 15-1 though, if you want to play the long shot. 3-1 right now on Ms. Moyes. She's been knocking on the door in her last 2. She was a winner 3 back and 55-3. She's got a big shot in here for Murner. 3-1, 16-1 on Better Than Men. She reeled off 3 in a row and has since had to race up at the Tough Preferred 2 company here tonight. She's got her work cut out for her as well. Right now, 17-1, 2-1 on Atlantic Stars. She tried to wire the field in her last 2 starts. 4th last week, 2nd by a neck prior to that for Mike McGuigan. Good price right now at 2-1. And my top choice, even a better price right now at 4-1, that is JM Sports Fan and Steve Shepard, a winner 4 back in 54-3. Preferred 1 last time out. Just missed by 3 1/4 lengths. Nice closing quarter on that day, 27-3 for a mile of 55-4. So she is my top choice right now at 9-2. Elm Grove Mistress looking for 4 in a row right now, 7-5 on the board as the filly mares line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's pacing feature. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Mistress, I'll Tell Me Ma, Ms. Moyes, Better Than Men, Atlantic Star, JM Sports Fan. It's the 12th race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and facing Ms. Moyes leaving out with Elm Grove Mistress. I'll Tell Me Ma will be the third one to make the turn. Racing from fourth is Better Than Men. Atlantic Star is away fifth. And the trailer, JM Sports Fan. To the backstretch they go. Ms. Moyes and Murder take over the lead. Elm Grove Mistress now racing from second. I'll Tell Me Ma, you're on the cones third. Then fourth, Better Than Men. Atlantic Star fifth. And the trailer sixth is JM Sports Fan. On by that opening quarter mile, Ms. Moyes, the fraction setter now, 28 and 4 the quarter. Elm Grove Mistress is second, rounding the turn third. I'll Tell Me Ma, racing from fourth, that's Better Than Men. Racing fifth, that's Atlantic Star, and trailing sixth is JM Sports Fan. At the midway point in the 12th, that is Ms. Moyes, the leader. Elm Grove Mistress is second. Here comes Atlantic Star marching up on the outside third. Following her on the outside fourth is JM Sports Fan. I'll Tell Me Ma will ride the rail fifth. Now the trailer, that is Better Than Men. To the backstretch they go off of 58 and 2 opening half mile. And Atlantic Star right on to the lead for McGuigan. Second is Ms. Moyes on the outside third. JM Sports Fan. Elm Grove Mistress on the cones fourth. Fifth, I'll Tell Me Ma, trailing the field. Better Than Men, the 3/4 in 1:27 and 4, arriving at the 7/8, led by Atlantic Star to bring him home. JM Sports Fan is second. Ms. Moyes third. Elm Grove Mistress on the outside fourth. Deep in the stretch now, Atlantic Star on the line for Mike McGuigan. I'll Tell Me Mama, the inside for second. JM Sports Fan third. The mile in 1:56 and 3.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for tonight's pacing feature, and it was a real good race here with the 3 Ms. Moyes wanting to cut it here for Adam Murner, 28 and 4, 58 and 2, 127 and 4. McGuigan, different tactics tonight. He tried to cut it the last 2 weeks, tried it from off the pace here, grind it out. First up with Atlantic Star, and that was the winning move for McGuigan. He just took his time off the wings and just came nice and slow there on the outside and then put the pedal to the metal up the back stretch, and she drove right on past Ms. Moyes. And down the stretch here, she's going to fend off that late challenge from the 6th JM Sports Fan and Steve Shepard to get it done here. Atlantic Star gets it done in the feature, 156 and 3. Nice effort from her. JM Sports Fan raced well here, my top choice. She's a real good deuce, and Elm Grove Mistress and Hughes, they had to shake loose late and deep stretch, and they raced good here tonight with I'll Tell Me Ma up the inside for Barrio. But it is Atlantic Star getting it done for McGuigan in the 12th.
Here's Atlantic Star in the 12th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare 6 by Cheyenne Ray from the Pacific Fella Dam. Atlantic Filly, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford. Trained and driven to victory by Mike McGuigan. The mile 156 and 3. Atlantic Star in the 12th. Now the official results in the 12th. Elm Grove Mistress 4th. All Tell Me Ma 2nd. Ms. Moyes 5th. Better Than Men 6th. Atlantic Star the winner. JM Sports Fan 3rd. 28 and 4. 58 and 2. 127 and 4. And the mile 156 and 3. In review, it's 425 613. Atlantic Star 430. Exactor 3740, Triactor 684.40, Superfecta 56.72.
The theme night at the top of the park is Land and Sea in September. It's a 3-course meal that includes steak and seared halibut. Friday evenings at the top of the park, and it's $29.99 plus tax. And the early bird special rewards club members who reserve between 4:45 and 5:45 p.m. save 10%. So Land and Sea returns on Fridays in September in the top of the park.
Thirteenth on the track for the parade. Number 1 is Streakazana, owned by Raymond Primo. Trained by David Dowling, Mark Bradley. 2 is Scratch, Better Than Glamour. 3 is owned by Joanne and Marion Stewart of Albany, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. The Lady Sheriff 4 is owned by Elizabeth Courtney from Maddox Cove, Newfoundland. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 5 is Silly Amos, owned by David Ken of North Rustico, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 6 is Magical Cowgirl, owned by Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley Harper trains, Brody McPhee catch drives. Lions Jenny Lee 7, owned by Chris and Suzanne Davies and Carol Wright. Chris is the trainer, Corey McPherson. Salisbrook Velveeta number 8, owned by Darren McKenzie of Charlottetown, trained by Todd Walsh, Jason Hughes driving. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 13. Kurt Hughes coming up next with his Super High Five ticket.
Okay, there's a look at my Super High Five ticket, but there's going to be a slight adjustment to it with the 2 being scratched. So I'm going to go with a 4, 1, 6, 7, 3. I'm going to throw the 3 in for 5th on my ticket. I like the 4 to get it done with the Lady Sheriff and Campbell. Campbell having a real good night from his own stable. Could make it 4 here in the 13th. We're just 3 away here from the finale here at Red Shores, and we have that Super High Five, as we mentioned. We also have Exactor, Triactor, Wagering, Win Play Show, and the Wild Horses tag. The jackpot is $25, and there is my top pick, the Lady Sheriff. Been great since coming to the island. Mark Campbell, trainer and driver, as I mentioned. Elizabeth Courtney of Maddox Cove, Newfoundland, is the owner. 6-year-old mare by Southwind Lynx, as I mentioned, second last time out in 58 at this level. She's been really good. If you look down at the bottom of her line, she was second in preferred 3 action, 54, and behind JM Sports Fan on that day. So it was a real nice effort. This is a real nice mare, so I like her to get it done here, 1-2. And now we're getting a look at Streakazana. Raymond Pino is the owner. And if you look at the lines last week with Mark Bradley in the bike, it was a real great effort at that non-winners of 1,051 last 5. She came first up, and she stuck her nose in front there at the top of the stretch, but gave it up late. Ended up finishing third by a quarter length, 58-4. Dowling and Bradley already a winner on the card. They got a good shot in here from the rail, 6-1. Brody McPhee getting the catch drive on Magical Cowgirl tonight for owner Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper. Stanley is the trainer, second by a neck last time out in 58-4. At the 1,051 level, jumping back up in class. She's been a good mare all year. Good for these connections as well. Third by length, 3 back in 57-3. So they got a good shot in here tonight as well. 5-1 currently. Okay, we're getting close here to the finale. Race 13, 7-1 right now in Streakazana. The 2 is Scratch, 3-1 on Better Than Glamour. The Lady Sheriff, 1-4, 65-1 on Silly Amos. Magical Cowgirl at 5-1, 27-1 on Lions Gently and Salzbrook Velveeta and Hughes. They are 32-1 here, and we're getting close here in the finale. And want to remind people that Saturday night card is canceled here at Red Shores. And so we're going to move that Saturday night card to Sunday afternoon, and post time on Sunday afternoon will be 4 o'clock. Filly Mares rolling up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 13th. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Streakazana, Better Than Glamour, The Lady Sheriff, Silly Amos, Magical Cowgirl, Lions Jenny Lee, Salzbrook Velveeta. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Finale time. The rough and pacing and a host of levers here. Streakazana, Better Than Glamour. In between horses, the Lady Sheriff to her outside. Silly Amos. Then around the turn, Magical Cowgirl fifth with Lions Jenny Lee and the trailer. Salzbrook Velveeta, so they're quarter pole bound, guarding the cone. Streakazana in line to Mark Bradley leads it. Second is Better Than Glamour. That is the Lady Sheriff making an early move here in the outside. Back into fourth. Towards the rails. They race on around the turn. Silly Amos 28. And 1 was the quarter. We've got a new leader at the 3/8. The Lady Sheriff and Campbell take over. Racing second, Streakazana, Better Than Glamour with them third. Back into fourth, Silly Amos. Racing fifth, Magical Cowgirl. Lions Jenny Lee is sixth, trailing the field. That is Salzbrook Velveeta halfway home in the nightcap. The Lady Sheriff got him there. 56 and 1 for an opening half mile. 28 flat in the second quarter. Over to the 5/8, the Lady Sheriff, the leader. Second is Streakazana from the outside. Magical Cowgirl is taken over third. Better Than Glamour fourth. Silly Amos fifth. On the outside, sixth is Lions Jenny Lee. Trailing at the rail, Salzbrook Velveeta. The Lady Sheriff opens up by 2. 3/4 in 1. 26 and 4. Approaching the 7/8. The Lady Sheriff by 4. And she's homeward bound. On the outside, Magical Cowgirl second. Streakazana third. Better Than Glamour fourth. Oh, it's a Mark Campbell night, and what a night out of his own barn. Grand Slam time on the trainer and the driver's side. The Lady Sheriff for Mark Campbell. Second, that is Magical Cowgirl. Streakazana third. 1:56 and 1.
We were close on our super high five ticket there at 41673. 46173 is that super high five ticket here in the finale. How about the trip from the Lady Sheriff and Campbell? Pure dominance here in the 13th. They got away third early. Campbell made his move to the front. 28 and 1. They kept on rolling. 56 and 1. 126 and 4. It was just pure domination here in the 13th. They get it done. 156 and 1. They deliver as the chalk choice, and as I mentioned, that super high five ticket is going to be 46173. The 6 Magical Cowgirl and McPhee get up for second, with Mark Bradley and Streakazana finishing third. But no doubt about the winner. The Lady Sheriff gets it done here in the 13th.
Well, quite a night for Mark Campbell. He's been to the winner's circle 4 times. All 4 winners have come from his own stable. And in the nightcap, it's the Lady Sheriff. Bay Pacing Mare 6 by Southwind Links from the Total Truth Dam. Sheriff Sale, owned by Elizabeth Courtney from Maddox Cove, Newfoundland. Trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. For Mark, that's his 4th on the night for the Grand Slam. 156-1. The Lady Sheriff in the nightcap. Now the official results in the 13th. Strigazana 3rd, TL's Betty Scratch, Better Than Glamour 5th. The Lady Sheriff the winner. Silly Amos was 7th. Magical Cowgirl 2nd. Lions Jenny Lee 4th. Salzbrook Velveeta 6th. 28-1. 56-1. 126-4. And the mile 156-1. In review, 3 Scratch 5. 172. 4-6. The Lady Sheriff, 230. Exactor, 1330. Triactor, 3510. The Super High 5 at 366.32. And the Late Daily Double paid 650. And that completes our live presentation on this night here at the Driving Park. Reminder, our Saturday program moves to Sunday with a 4 o'clock opening post time. Tonight's primary each will handle $50,513. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.